All right, welcome back. Welcome back. So, according to our graphic, we have the Golden Knight veterans against the Western Cape Combine with 28 seconds left before they start playing the semi-finals of the AFCON Cup. So we'll double check that and just make sure with our official scorers. That's all being loaded up. But welcome back, by the way. Thank you for joining us. Having a bit of fun with Takashi, who's watching us in Japan. How's it, Takashi? How's it means hello, by the way, in case you're wondering. You're sitting there saying, what is he talking about? Why is he saying how's it? The answer is, Takashi, it means hello. How are you? Hope things are going well. Tim, we see that you were checking in 2 minutes ago. Good to have you along. How's it, Tim? And who else? People having a debate about things. Let's see what this debate is about. Somebody said, good point, Draco. We're going to have to find... Oh, good point, Draco. Draco's the team. Brad had little sunglasses on 4 hours ago. Brendan was wondering what was happening. Adam, 4 hours ago, the feed was dead. Yep, because Eskom decided to play little games with us, which is really quite fun. So we're playing games with Eskom at the same time. Ooh, Buzzer played them for a fool, it says here. Shame Byron is going to have a long day, but... and with 3 seconds left, according to the official clock, they didn't. But thank you very much for the comments. You're more than welcome to get involved as well. Thank you all very much for joining us as well. You can see on top of the screen there, it says Golden Knights veterans against the Western Cape combined. Still waiting for the official scorers to type in the semi-finals. We'll be back with you in a moment. Okay, official scoring has begun. The Golden, let's run that graphic quickly. We'll show you what's going to happen. But too late, the game's about to begin. Golden Knights veterans up against the Western Cape Combine. 3 seconds to go, and away they go. Veterans on the left-hand side. We've got the Combine on the right. Already Combine have lost a player. Just like that. They've lost 2 players, in fact, down to 3. Some fantastic breakouts, as usual, by the veterans. This is what's put them on top of the group in the group stages. So you know the rain is coming down now. There's definitely a soft drizzle. It's going to make underfoot very, very soft. Again, veterans pushing their way forward on the left-hand side and in the center in the big house now. Yet another combined player is making his way off the field. This veteran player using the snake extremely well. Another one down. Only 1 player left now for the combine, or is that it? The entire team of the combine finished in just 40 seconds. Golden Knight veterans just communicating, saying to make sure everybody is out from the Western Cape Combine. And they'll go get a point. Well, we've got some time while they're getting that. Let's put the graphic up to show you how it landed up after the group stages today. This for the AFCON Cup. As you can see, the veterans up against the Cape Combine. First plays 4th. Second playing 3rd. Second playing 3rd in the semi-finals. And then the winners of that will go off into the final. And the losers will go off for 3rd and 4th place playoff in the AFCON Cup Open X-Ball trademark. So we'll have the Golden Knights men's up against the Eastern Cape Combine. Good to see that both the traveling teams have made their way into this playoffs. Be good to have more African teams in the future. So if you know somebody, don't forget, spread the word. Tell your mates, tell your friends who have friends who have friends. Let's get some more African sides. You know, it'd be great to have a Zimbabwean side or a Namibian side to come and take part and enjoy the beautiful, sunny South African weather. Except this weekend. It's raining. Called a timeout. They're going to blow up one of the obstacles. In fact, the starting obstacle on the right-hand side, you can see there. There we go.
seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
EC combined against Golden Knights men's. One of the Golden Knights men's already out of the play. Just in the breakout, trying take a little bit too much at the beginning there, trying to make it all the way through to Snake. You can see the rain is keeping the obstacles nice and clean, wiping the paint off. Lots of communication coming from the Eastern Cape side. The men using the left-hand Dorito extremely well, moving forward a little bit. Good defensive position there. We're going to find out in a moment from Paul about how the rain affects the markers, or the paint, the balls, if anyway. I forget, a marker is the gun, and then there's the balls. But the balls make the marks, so I'm confused. Yet another Golden Knights man making his way off the field after being killed. Nice dive, slide, and the Eastern Cape make their way up, 2 at a time. Communication from the team, knowing what they're going to do. You can hear the communication from the teams. Both the teams sitting back, waiting. Who's going to make the first move? Who's going to lose patience first? A little sneaky move up and Snake here on the right-hand side for the Golden Knights. And he gets eliminated, which is unfortunate. Player moving back for the men. The Snake player for the Eastern Cape combined sitting back, keeping space. Lots of patience needed on the field. Big move forward. Eastern Cape deciding, getting into the big house. And a great shot around the corner. One more Eastern Cape players behind the Dorito. Tried his best. Couldn't do it. 3 against 1 was never going to happen. And the Eastern Cape take first blood.
Towel. 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 Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
All right, let's see if the veterans can fight back against the combined, Western Cape combined. Veterans running out with their aggressive stance as usual. One player forward just to the right of the big house. Western Cape have been one player eliminated already. He's getting, gonna have to get out of the way. He's in the line of fire. Western Cape move forward on the left, a little bit more defensively on the right-hand side as they look. Veterans have lost a player. He's making his way off and might have lost a second. No, he's been given the go-ahead by the referees. Rain's starting to come down even harder now. Three veterans getting themselves organized on the left-hand side of the field as they look. Some aggressive play from both. No letting up in the shooting. And Western Cape just lost another player on the right-hand side there. So you can see those three veterans getting ready, making a move into Snake. Looks as if they've got all of the Western Capes. Maybe one more in the far corner. No, they're confirming they've got everybody. Yet another win for the veterans. Lost only two. Correction, they lost. They had a tight game, so that's their second win of the round. Almost booking themselves a place in the final.
Towel. 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 Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Can the Golden Knights fight back against the Eastern Cape? Eastern Cape having some extremely great communication. They've improved their gameplay from earlier on. Spreading out nicely at the Eastern Cape. Knights doing much the same. Some big movement up the center for the Golden Knights. Their men's team getting a comfortable position in this flat slap bang at 50. Moving out to the left-hand side and spreading their angle of attack there for the Knights men's. Eastern Cape talking, just consolidating now where the players are. Up into Dorito 2 goes the Eastern Cape. Meanwhile, the Knights, one of the players at the back being checked by the referee. He's been given the go-ahead. Into Snake comes one of the Knights players. Eastern Cape being checked as well. Referee's happy they continue to play. Knights captains, Knights players demanding that the other players move up forward to try and open more space. Eastern Cape is sitting pretty, just sitting back, waiting for the Knights to have to do something. And that Snake is moving up. Eastern Cape player losing another player. Eastern Cape side. Down to 3 now. Big move from Eastern Cape, moving from the center out to the outside to try and take Snake 3. I think she was just noticed towards the end. Still 4 players for the Golden Knights. Eastern Cape player getting hit badly. Down to 2 for the Eastern Cape now. And that's it, down to 1, and they were hit. And the Golden Knights are going to pull one back. 1-1 it is, with plenty time on the clock. 4.5 minutes to go.
Base. approved.
Confident veteran side making their way out to the starting gate. The Western Cape combined. Getting there slowly.
20 seconds.
Don't know if the cameras are picking it up, but if you can, keep an eye on the swallows. Very brave swallows eating the insects. And here go the veterans against the Western Cape.
Game on.
Again, extremely aggressive. Head first dive, sliding 10 minutes. Western Cape lose a player straight away, and they lose the second as ready. Long slide into snake by the veteran player. He's going to have an easy shot here. He just needs to lift his head up, get over the top. I don't think he's been recognized or don't think he's been noticed. He gets one. He's going to get a second. No communication happening from the Western Cape. Easy pickings. One more to go. He gets hit. That's the veterans game.
Towel. Towel. Towel.
Veterans make it look so easy sometimes. We're going to meet their match eventually. Okay. 1-1 now for Eastern Cape against the Golden Knights. There are only 4 minutes left on the clock.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Locked at 1-1. It's the Eastern Cape against the Golden Knights. Eastern Cape making a big move up to the center of the field. They're not holding back this time around. Cameraman's walking past with a very bright orange raincoat. Golden Knights losing players. Getting into a more defensive position, but he gets eliminated from the left-hand side of the field as they look at it. Still one out on the far right-hand side of the field for the Golden Knights, but the Eastern Cape, plenty of communication happening. Eastern Cape losing a player, far left-hand side, Dorito 2 or Dorito 3. Into the snake comes one of the Eastern Cape players. Trying to go across field diagonally. A little move there by the Knights. Knights going right through the middle, simply through the middle. Targets everybody. Is he going to reach it? No, he got eliminated. Right across the field, straight into the audience. Eastern Cape player looking for any opposition. Is there somebody that he missed? Yeah, walking confidently to his post.
Towel.
And the Golden Knights throwing the towel. Now, can the veterans make it a 4-0 thrashing of the Western Cape combined and get their spot in the final? It'll come up in 30 seconds.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game
Will the Western Cape Combined be able to do something against these veterans that have just been dominant today? They were only pushed once in one game where they won 4-3. Big move up to the right-hand side into the 50 before any seconds have gone. Western Cape don't really have an answer for this, kind of just sitting back and waiting to be picked off one by the veterans. One of them just being announced by the referee. Into the snake come the Western Cape player. It's been spotted that and is being pelted. Another player coming up onto the right to defend him. Veteran player making his way off after being shot. Another Western Cape player getting hit. Veteran up at the top right-hand side. Got him with a great shot around the corner again. And that should be the match. No, one more still for the Western Cape. See if we can find him. No, managed to shoot him. And he's eliminated. So that's a win for the veterans. Book their place in the final of the AFCON Cup.
Towel. 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 Point approved. Game finished.
So the Knights booked themselves, correction, it wasn't the Knights, is
30
it?
seconds.
The veterans booking themselves a place in the final.
20 seconds.
Who will they come up against? This match has still got a long way to go. 2 minutes 38 on the clock. The Knights men against the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape going to be playing from the right to the left. 10 seconds to get to their positions. They're leaving it a little bit late.
Game on.
Referee's getting very involved in the calling of a play there. 2 Eastern Cape players already been eliminated. Make that 3 eliminated. Just 2 left on the near side of the field. No holding back from their opposition. 2 shots. 1, 2. That's all 5 players out. Quick done by the Knights men. That's 2 all with 2 minutes still left on the clock.
Days.
Take a longer break now so that the players can get ready. The other match has already been decided. So we'll just wait for this one to be confirmed.
Point approved. One minute. Timeout. One minute.
Sunshine in our eyes.
30 seconds.
Top of class.
20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Locked it to all. Eastern Cape against the Knightsmen. Knightsmen make their way forward nice and gently. Big slide into the snake and one into the big house at 45. Eastern Cape being a little bit more conservative, but also, there we go, making a move into the big house. Referee's going to go check to make sure. Referee gets pelted a couple of times in his motion. Knightsmen eliminating one player. Eastern Cape down to 4. Knightsmen got a great position here in the snake and in the snake Dorito. Eastern Cape losing another player, down to 3. Their players are all on the opposite side of the field now. Into the big house. Knights getting very aggressive, moving around nicely. Eastern Cape are losing another player. And they call it towel.
Towel. Point approved.
Knightsmen taking advantage. We get 2 minutes. Can they seal it out now? Or can the Eastern Cape regroup, make it 3-all, with only 1 minute left on the clock?
One minute. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Men's Knights from the left-hand side. Eastern Cape going from the right-hand side. Eastern Cape trying for a big move. Wasn't good enough. They got tagged quite quickly, though. Into the big house they go. Straight up into 50 go the Eastern Cape. 2 people, 3 people defending behind the player.
60 seconds.
Golden Knights still sitting back. They just need to defend, but one makes a big move out to Dorito 2 and into the big house in the center. In fact, 3 players making big moves into the center. It's a bit of a gung-ho move, and they do clear it up. Move straight down the center. Is it going to be? No, he gets tagged. Little bit too ambitious there. 31 seconds left on the clock. Looks like 2 versus 2 here now. And he gets tagged. 10 seconds left on the clock, yes. 20 seconds left. The men's will have sealed this up. Golden Knights men beating the Eastern Cape. So the Golden Knight men, who finished second on the group, will meet the veterans who finished first in the group. All worked out right. Eastern Cape combined will meet the Western Cape combined for 3rd and 4th place in our next round. And that'll be coming up in a few minutes.
Anytime, Lucan, anytime. Oh, we have to upload. Okay, we'll wait. We're just waiting for you up.
All right, so we can have a look at the semi-final, and those are the semi-final results for you there. Golden Knights beating Eastern Cape combined 3-2. And correction, Golden Knights men's beating the Eastern Cape combined 3-2. And then the veterans thumping the Western Cape combined 4-0. So we'll have the men's against the veterans for first place. Combined against the combined. Eastern Cape against the Western Cape for third and fourth place. We'll have that for you live in a moment. Players just making their way to the pits, getting their markers checked, making sure that everything is legit and legal, and we'll bring it to you in a moment.
Matthew! You don't have to cry now.
30 seconds. Seconds.
All right, first place playoff for the AFCON. Golden Knight veterans against the Golden Knights men. This will probably be the closest game of the tournament. Let's go. Golden Knights men sticking together behind that first bunker. Now they've decided to move forward. It's that initial burst, and then they decide to do a little move forward. Veterans have lost a player, down to 4. 4 versus 5 at the moment. Still a light drizzle here, so the players are going to be keeping cool. Nice moving up into the center 45 by the veteran. He's taken some time to reload. Moving up to Dorito 2 for the men's side. And off to the left-hand side, Snake Dorito. Managed to make it there as well, got well covered for his teammates. Central defense hanging back for the men's team. Quite a conservative approach for the veterans this time around. I think these two teams know each other extremely well. I imagine they practice a lot together. Big move up the center by the men. And he tags one. And did he make it? Does he get to stay? He does indeed. Extremely aggressive play by the men's team right down the middle.
Towel.
And the veterans throw in the towel.
Point approved.
Great performance by the men's team. Straight down the middle by that player, number 29. It says Ryan on his jersey. We're not sure if it is his jersey. Ryan Ace on the back of his jersey there. So it's extremely confident performance by the men's side against the veterans.
30 seconds.
Now third and fourth place playoff. Western Cape combined against the Eastern Cape combined.
20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Western Cape against the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape spreading out across the field. All 5 players with a one that moves down the center. Nice leg first slide by the Eastern Cape player, but much the same happening for the Western Cape. Eastern Cape moving out to Dorito to get nicely covered as well. Players moving in pairs. Plenty of communication happening for the Eastern Cape. It's less noisy on the Western Cape side. One of the Eastern Cape players getting hit. He's off the field. Western Cape losing players steadily. Eastern Cape with some sharp shooting. Rain coming down much heavier now. Eastern Cape player getting into the snake. Big house. Move from the big house into the middle. Try to make the move, but he got tagged a couple of times. So the Western Cape player moves back into the center again. Eastern Cape have lost 2 quick players there. Lots of communication, as you can hear from the Eastern Cape player. That's the last player there for the Western Cape on the left-hand side of the screen. Oh, there's another one out at Dorito. What is Bobby, number 13, in the snake here? Shooting across court. Plenty of time on the clock still. 0-0. First round for third and fourth playoff at the AFCON Cup. And he gets hit. So it's 2 versus 1 suddenly. Momentum switches to the Western Cape. Or is it 1 versus 1 now? Moving down the snake. Quick movement. Waiting for his opponent. Does he get him? He does indeed.
Towel.
Strategic movement by the Western Cape player. Outflanking the Western Cape player. Good enough. They get themselves the first point. That'll be interesting to see what the veterans do. 1-0 down. They haven't been down yet.
30 seconds.
Against the men's side.
Seconds. 10 seconds.
You can see the the trails on the grass and where the players are running already. We're only halfway through day one.
Game on.
Veterans making that move all the way through forward. Dorito number 3 already. Western Cape, the men's team staying back. There's a penalty there towards the men's side. So they're going to lose a player. 3 of the Western Cape players already down. And a 4th one as well. Snake moving up, staying down. And that's the game.
Towel.
Veterans didn't hold back. That time it's 1-1.
Point approved.
Wat happened there? Iemand op die weg het 'n penalty gekry. Ja, No, them. We need to talk.
30 seconds.
Yeah, marks off.
Eastern Cape against the Western Cape combined going on now. Eastern Cape on the left-hand side of the field. Western Cape on the right-hand side of the field. 2 harbour provinces, one with cold water, one with warm water. Big move by the Eastern Cape. Nobody saw that movement. Running back quarter of the field. Western Cape feeling very confident. Quinton making his way off for the Eastern Cape now. Western Cape also having a player going off. Axel, it says in the back of his jersey. Bit of a stalemate now. You can see the difference between the first 2 teams and these 2 teams. These 2 much more conservative. And the Western Cape player in the snake gets hit. Meanwhile, Western Cape player moves up to Dorito 3 on the far side of the field. Still somebody in the big house for the Western Cape. Struggling to find the Eastern Cape players. They're just defending. Oh, you can see the 2 at the back. And on the snake, Dorito covering the field. There's the 2 players for the Western Cape. Western Cape feeling good here. Using those bunkers, but he gets hit. Western Cape lose another player. Movement up on the left-hand side. It's the Eastern Cape trying to find new angles, but the Western Cape countering that with movement of their own. Big move now by the Eastern Cape. Decided to get in there. Starting to get into the fight. 1-on-1. Both players eliminating each other. But the Eastern Cape player was eliminated earlier, so it looks as if the Western Cape has 1 man left. Trying to see what's happening. Can't see any players. Can you see players? 1 Eastern Cape player sitting back doesn't really know that I think all the Western Cape players have been eliminated. Remember, there can't be any communication from the pits, so even if somebody else knows, nobody can tell them. Moving up there to Dorito 3, you can see. Hopefully we can zoom in on that player. Try our best to find them for you. There we go. Still making its way forward. Still making it. There we go. Running through. And we'll get to that. Yay! And the Eastern Cape equal it up at 1-1. That's a game of patience for you.
Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds.
Let's go back to first and second place playoff. Golden Knights veterans on the left against the Knights men's on the right.
Game on.
Knights with a wide breakout and some aggressive play coming from the men's team going down the right-hand side. Seems to be the preferred choice of attack these days. Snake, as you heard earlier, is extremely dangerous. Knights men's moving up nicely on the right-hand side into Dorito 2. One, two, three players at the back there for the men's side. 4 players I can see for the veterans. And 1 player. That player you see in the center of the screen, just keeping the man in the snake honest. Still 5 men for the veterans. Man in the snake moves up 1 position. Dorito 2 keeping them honest. Veterans being held back. And the men's lose another teammate. Veterans now moving up. Here we go. This is their strategy. Moving up on the left-hand side. Big move down the left-hand side. Going to come in from behind. He's going to get him. That's 1, 2, 3. Quick kills. And the veterans secure the game again.
Towel. Towel. Towel.
Waiting for confirmation of that.
Point approved.
So the veterans take a 2-1 lead against the men's. Let's move on to third and fourth place playoff. 3 minutes left on the clock. 1-1. Western Cape against the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape were 1 down.
30 seconds.
Managed to pull 1 back last time around. Remember that 1 Eastern Cape player hanging around. Just making sure.
20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
And the Eastern Cape with not a very big breakout. Western Cape certainly with more of a breakout, getting into the snake Dorito. Eastern Cape losing a player quickly, as have the Western Cape as well. That's two down, so 3 now for the Eastern Cape. Foot first slides into their bunkers. Western Cape countering that by moving to their right-hand side as the Eastern Cape push forward on the right. Big move down the center now by the Western Cape. No holding back there. Running right through and will get hit. Managed to get out one player. And the Eastern Cape throwing the towel with 2 minutes 41 to go.
Point approved. 30 seconds. 20 seconds.
So disappointed in you. Both of you. Both of you. You let me down.
10 seconds.
It's never my turn to get that strapping.
Game on.
Golden Knights veterans against the Golden Knight men. The men need to pull it back. The veterans again with their aggressive movement, moving a couple of places forward as the rain starts to come down even harder than it has all day. You can see it washing the paint off of the bunkers. Movement to the right-hand side by the men's, getting into that snake corner. Was noticed by the opposition and he gets hit. So snake corner is out. 4 players for the men's moving up forward. Veterans moving up 2 down the center. They lose a player as well, got a hit in the head. Veterans down to 4 players now. Veterans being checked, they're down to 3 players and he gets hit in the head for good measure. Well, Veterans getting hit from behind. Big move by the men, straight down the left-hand side of the field. And they will hit the flag. Hear the heavy breathing. Doesn't look like it's hard work, but when you hear the players walking past, heavy breathing. You can see the legs are starting to get tired. They've played a lot of games already.
Space.
That's 2-all. Golden Knights 2. Veterans 2 with 4 minutes left on the clock.
Point approved. Seconds.
Still 2 minutes 40 on the clock. Western Cape against the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape playing from left to right. Having a look at the field, I don't want to say it's 100% flat. I think it's slightly leaning from left to right.
10 seconds.
And the river is behind me, so it tilts slightly towards the camera as you look at it now. That's probably the lowest point. It's not a lot, but maybe just enough to be difficult to run uphill. Eastern Cape deciding that no holding back all the way through to the front. Slap bang in the middle of 50, being asked by the referee to check if he's okay. Referee gives him the out. That's 2 Eastern Cape players out. Western Cape getting confident, moving up now. They've lost 1 of their players already. Heavy breathing as they walk past us. Another Western Cape player gets eliminated. And another. So they're down to 2 players now, the Western Cape players. Just down to the 1 now. Eastern Cape have got this in the bag if they can do something about this. If they can just get rid of this one player. With 1 minute 40, the Eastern Cape need this to draw level. And he's been eliminated. Now what do the Eastern Cape do? Do they make their way to the flag as fast as possible? Making 100% sure. Gentle stroll. Leaving very...
Towel. 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 Point approved.
So the Western Cape throwing in the towel, so down to 1 minute 40 now. 2-all. Let's go to the first game. First place game. Veterans against the men's. Still plenty time in the clock. 2-all, remember, first to 4 wins.
30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Veterans in an uncomfortable place. They've only been this way once so far. And already the men's have lost a player, getting tagged on the shoulder. So they're down to 4 players now, 4v5. Pelted on the Dorito number 3 there. The men's under attack they also move to Dorito 2, trying to spread the angle of attack. Meanwhile, veterans are happy to sit back, waiting for that move that they'd always do. Men's with a big move. Through to the snake 2. Looks like he might have been hit though. Referee's just checking him out. Looks like it was just a ricochet off the bunker. Meanwhile, veterans in his position, the snake. The men's lose another player. We got 2 players that I can see for the men's. That snake, great shot around the corner, through a bunker. And he gets hit, the snake gets a hit. And now there's a penalty being called. But it's still good enough for the veterans to make their way through. No. Looks like there's still 1 player left. The veterans made a big move through the middle while I was watching the penalty. One of the veterans players hobbling his way to go and make it 3-2.
Towel. Towel. Towel.
So the men's called towel there.
Point approved.
The veterans lead 3-2 with 3 minutes left on the clock. Obviously the men's feeling that they can pull one back. The veterans questioning about the penalties.
30 seconds.
But let's move on. 1.5 minutes. Western Cape against the Eastern Cape. 2-all with 1.5 minutes to go.
30 seconds.
The way these players play, I imagine this is going to be the decider.
Seconds. Game on.
Eastern Cape break nicely in the field, as you can see, straight up to the big house in the middle. Western Cape doing more of that. One of the Western Cape players getting eliminated very, very quickly. There were 2 behind the bunker. They spread that out now. That should have happened at the beginning. Eastern Cape losing a player down now as well, 4-all. Western Cape, big dive to the snake. Only a minute left. Who is going to be brave enough to do anything? Eastern Cape, big move up. 1v1 in the corner here. Snake, and they both eliminate each other, so they both go out. Time running out on the clock. This looks like it's going to go to a 5-minute sudden death for 3rd and 4th playoff in the group. Just 30 seconds left on the clock. The players have got a big scoreboard to remind them of that. Eastern Cape player moves up to 50. And he's been called. Do the Eastern Cape players risk a big move up now with only 16 seconds left on the clock? Eastern Cape players have to go and make it. Will they make it with 4 seconds left on the clock? Is there enough time? It is indeed. 1 second left on the clock. Referees are going to check.
Point approved.
And the Eastern Cape win 3rd place, beating the Western Cape combined 3-2. Great round of games. Congratulations to the Eastern Cape. Traveled a long way. Had to come back from behind a couple of times to go and win that one. 3rd place. Well done.
I won't be playing, eh? There was like 2 seconds or something. Or was it 1? I thought it was 2. Ah. So where did they come in? That's 3rd.
30 seconds. Twenty seconds.
Plenty time in the clock. Can the men's have to win this. The Golden Knights men's team have to win this. If the veterans win this, they will win 1st place in the AFCON Cup here at Emerald Casino and Resorts. Resorts and Casino. Big move up as the veterans normally do, but nice spread out defense by the men's team. Moving up to Dorito 3, but the veterans losing a player. 4v5. Certainly got darker here. You can see it on our pictures as well. Veterans spread out nicely. Still 2.5 minutes to play, so still plenty time. And the Knights lose another player. Veterans sitting back, waiting for that trademark move that they do. Here we go. Getting out to Snake, getting into Snake. The Snake player gets hit though, and then there's his defender out at Snake Dorito. But now there's some movement from the men's team. They've got themselves 2 minutes still to get one back. Level this up at 3-all. Men's have man in the Snake and a defender. Also out on the left, about 1/3 of the way up the field. Now they're working their way up to Dorito 1. All 5 players still on the pitch. Veterans sitting with 3 players at the back, just defending. Waiting for the men's to make a team. And men's down to 4 teams, 4 players. Big move by the men's team again. Counting down the time, the men's know that they need to do it, starting to feel the pressure. One of the players in the Snake saying he's out of paint. He's got no more balls to play with. 23 seconds. The men know they need to do something. Down to 2. Veterans down to 2. Big move down the left-hand side for the men's. Only 2 more veterans left in the field. And the time is out.
Game finished.
Time running out for the men's team. Ran out of paintballs as well. The veterans go on to win that one and come first in the AFCON Cup.
All played, guys. mud.
All the mud is, yeah. But didn't rain during the thing.
No, it was
Rain before.
freaking hot. Yeah,
Mud.
it was just
It's
that
enough.
one storm that came through to create the mud,
Yes.
and then everything dried out and it became
Yeah.
an all crust and
Yes.
everyone had to survive on.
Yes, and then you walk and then everything sticks to your shoes.
So Amsterdam, if the sun had to come out in Amsterdam, it would have gone like that,
Yeah.
but it just stayed raining the whole time. So it was just literally mud, 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 mud. 'He's cost me a bit of money, but it's worthwhile investment. Especially if it rains like this, because the normal gazebo just doesn't do it.
Yes.
4 minutes.
See, nice thing about the D4 guys is they actually, sorry, it's my fault. Sorry, no.
No, it's not. Yeah, fine.
Two minutes.
Given the opportunity before, it was on the field, they lost it. George threw it out to the boundary line. No one picked it up. They gave it to the coach and stuff. It wasn't like given. So George came and gave it to me. Yes. They asked Byron, I'm not sure. Or, I'm not sure. Giving them the chance to play back. Which is the correct thing.
1 minute.
Okay. Let's move on to D4. Division 4 X Ball. Win by 2. So unlike the last AFCON, where we had to win by 4, we're going to win by 2 this time. Plenty games to play. Just so you know, if you are a paintball fan, which is, you must be because you're watching this now, this was due to start at
30 seconds.
2 o'clock. It's now 20 past 3. So we should finish about 7:30 tonight if we stay on track.
20 seconds.
Let's get into the paintball. D4. D4 X Ball. You and I will work out the rules together. First up,
10 seconds.
Brutal 3 against Doomsday Raptors.
Game on.
More sitting back in this league, you can see, unless this is just the first game. Not as aggressively pushing forward as the ones we saw in the AFCON. Playing the long game, playing across the field. Although the Doomsday Raptors have moved a little bit forward on the right-hand side, and I think they're doing it again. Yeah, there we go to Dorito number 3. Player Master got hit here. There we go. Counting 3 players for the Raptors. Another Brutal being eliminated. Big snake movement, but he's been identified. Counting 2 players for the Brutals on the left. Oh, Brutal gonna play in the middle, getting hit. Coming out of nowhere. Long hit. So there's one more player here in the snake for the Brutal 3. Doomsday Raptors are definitely communicating better. Blair in the snake holding his ground. Nobody coming around to try and attack him though. There we go. Now finally some movement. There we go. Some movement again. Doomsday Raptors coming around. It's going to be...
Towel. Towel. Towel.
And the 3 throw in the towel. So the Raptors pick up a point. Oh, correction, the other way around. Raptors pick up a point. Raptors in the purple and green with Raptors on their sleeves. That's why they call Raptors, because they got Raptors on their sleeves. It wasn't because they called Raptors that they put Raptors on their sleeves. It's the other way around. They bought these jerseys that happen to have Raptors.
20 seconds.
All right, let's move on. Team Hooligan against Kings 3.
10 seconds.
Hooligan on the left. Kings on the right. Who will win, the Hooligans or the Kings?
Game on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as they go out. Big movement by the Hooligans on the left-hand side. They made their way up to the big house. But the Kings have also made their way up into the big house as well. Referee's checking a couple of players. He's happy. The player gets to continue here for the Kings. Team Hooligans sitting back. Hooligans in black and white. Not as much shouting as you'd expect from Hooligans. Kings definitely communicating more. One of the hooligans making their way off the field. Some interesting shots from the player in the big house. Oh, but she gets tagged in her arm. And the Kings lose a player as well. And another one. 2 players for the Kings left, 3 players for the Kings. Working out where everybody is. 3 players for the Kings still there. One at Dorito, 2, 1 right at the back. Big movement up to the front here by the hooligans. And he couldn't hit him. Man out in the open and he couldn't get him. But he gets tagged by his own teammate. He gets tagged anyway. Hooligan moving up nicely to the big house in his opponent's opposition. Opponent's half of the field. Has to get him. Dorito 2. Kings moving around. If he managed to make that, not at all. One more player left now for the Kings. It's got to be outflanked now. Surely gets hit. Smacked in the face.
Towel. Towel.
And the Kings throw in the towel.
Point approved. 2 minutes. One minute.
The bunker or 2 that look like Amsterdam for you guys. Yeah. One of those cans there has got mud about 3 inches thick. You'll feel just at home there.
30 seconds.
Let's go on to the second leg. Doomsday Raptors against Brutal 3. Raptors taking the first leg 1-0, as you can see there. Well, taking the first leg.
20 seconds.
They lead 1-0 now. Still that persistent drizzle.
10 seconds.
Spectators have got their umbrellas up.
Game on.
Raptors move out to the corners. Brutal 3 stay more centralized. The 2 in the middle defensive positions. Brutal lose a player. They're down to 4 players now. Raptors also losing a player. She's hobbling off. Couple of Brutal players down now, down to 3. And another Raptor makes their way down. There we go. Can only see 2 Raptor Brutals now. It's becoming a bit of a game of attrition, this one. Who's willing to wait? Now it becomes a patience game. Raptors hanging back, center defense. Also a player making their way up to Dorito. Brutal 3 also in Dorito. I count 3 Raptor players on the field. Interesting little move there by the Brutal 3 player, making their way up towards the snake. Must be so tempting to get into that snake. Does so as well. Cross-court shooting. And he got him. Long shot, got him diagonally across the court. Trying with another one. Moving up nice and gently. Finally being recognized by his opponent. A Raptor running down the left-hand side. This Brutal player gets killed. And there's a fine. A penalty being thrown down. Which means the Raptors have free reign to go and grab the flag. It's not 100% sure where the players are with only a minute left on the clock. Raptors can make this 2-0 and seal the game. You couldn't think that the Brutal would want to throw in the towel here.
Base.
2-0 it is.
Point approved. Game finished.
And the Doomsday Raptors win it. Raptors win it 2-0. First to 2 in this competition. So we move on.
Seconds.
Quick turnaround for Team Hooligans against the Kings. Hooligans, as you can see on top of your screen, Hooligans leading 1-0. Can the Kings turn this around?
20 seconds.
Beanies, hats, all the kit. Some players wearing gloves, some players not wearing gloves.
10 seconds.
Kings getting to their start gate really late. It's going to make their breakout a little bit more difficult.
Game on.
Straight down the middle they go. Both teams getting very aggressive. Still plenty time in the clock. Whoever, if the Hooligans win this one, they won the tournament, but they've lost a player already. They're down to 4. And the Kings lose a player and a second. Move up by the Hooligans, right up into 50. Hooligans completely controlling the right-hand side there. Lose another player to the Kings. Big movement down the right-hand side by the Hooligans. This is going to be unstoppable. And he gets tagged. That's the game. Hooligans can go secure the win. They're just making sure that everybody's been shot by the of the Kings have been shot. And the Hooligans will win this one against the Kings.
Base. Point approved. Game finished.
So Team Hooligan beat the Kings 2-0. Good win there. Also very clever strategy. The team's working together well. We move on to the next round. Kings 2 against the Vixens and X Factor against the Syndicate.
minutes.
Thank you so much for sharing. I was just having a look on the Facebook page now. RSH Media. The games after the break, they're sharing it. Thank you very much for that. And they got a like as well. You can share it on the Facebook page. Brendan saying, nice gents. Stephanie, something about Wesley. Wesley Little, I think she's just supporting it. What assistance will Fields get? I'm not sure what that means. Does that make sense to you? No? Let's have a look-see. All right, so the first 4 teams have played. You just saw them now. Division 4 5-man. Team Hooligans and Doomsday Raptors top the table, as you can see there, with Brutal 3 and Kings 3 in 3rd and 4th place. Up the next 4, X Factor SA, Kings 2, the Syndicate, and the Vixens. Let's see what settles out there and play 4 rounds. Trying to find the schedule when they'll be playing their... Oh, then they'll play their playoffs tomorrow. In fact, there'll be more games tomorrow. So they'll play today with more games scheduled for tomorrow. And we'll be having that to you live, 7:30, if all goes according to plan. So join us then tomorrow morning. Put on your tablet, your PC, however you're watching us now. Switch it on. We'll be live from 7:30. We'll be going through till about 5:30 tomorrow. And then on Sunday, we start a little bit later. We get a bit of a line, starting at 9 o'clock in the morning, and we'll go through to about 5 o'clock
2 minutes.
on Sunday afternoon. So non-stop paintball from now right through till Sunday afternoon. So do join us and leave comments, share, tell your friends. Today's the longest day. We are on to match number 2 of the Red Division 4X Bell. Win by 2.
One minute. Seconds.
All right, let's get going at our next game. We have Kings 2 against the Vixens. Kings 2 will be playing from left to right in the rain.
20 seconds.
Vixens playing from right to left.
Ten seconds. Game on.
One of the Vixens getting out, eliminated already, getting hit. That's 2. So 2 of the Vixens going out early. Kings 2 looking strong. Another Vixen and another Vixen. So just one more Vixen left out on the field. Kings 2 are going to take complete control of this, and that's the game.
Towel. Towel. Point approved.
25 seconds on the clock, and the Kings earn themselves a point against the Vixens.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
X Factor SA up against the Syndicate.
Game on.
Remember, win extremely important here. It's just the best of two, so very difficult to come back. Syndicate losing a player quickly, trying to get too much too quickly. X Factor also losing a player. There's two players right behind each other. They don't even know that they're there. This is great to watch. Slap bang in the middle of the pitch if you can bring that to us. So player's just making sure that he's been eliminated. He's getting eliminated. Yeah, he's out. So 3 more players now for the Syndicate. X Factor SA in control, middle of the pitch. Being pelted from 2 sides. Still in 50, still holding on. Very aggressive play. He's got to reload. Another one of the Syndicate players being hit. He has to move down, so it's just down to 2 now. And the player at 50 is finally being called out. Far Dorito now being peppered from the corner. X Factor SA moving up to 50. Making a little bit more of a motion forward. Keeping his eye out. Syndicate with 1 player on the side. Trying to work out how many X Factor players there are. Looks like we're down to 1 versus 1 here. 2 versus 2. 2 versus 1. And now it's 2 versus 0 as the Syndicate player gets eliminated. And the X Factor SA will go 1 up.
Base. Point approved.
I'm a lucky boy.
All right, game 2, Vixens against the Kings. Vixens outclassed by the Kings the last time around.
1 minute.
A timeout's being called. So we get an extra gap between the matches. Remember, first 2 wins. Kings win this, they will advance to top of the table.
Seconds. 20 seconds.
All right, here we go. Vixens against the Kings. Kings playing from right to left. Vixens from left to right. Vixens in turquoise colors.
10 seconds.
Kings in black and purple.
Game on.
Vixens with a big breakdown to the middle. Knowing that they need to win this to be able to stay in the game. Kings comfortably behind the big house. And the Kings lose the player. Referee's checking one of the players of the Kings and calling them out. Kings down to 3 players now. Vixens have lost a player as well. 3 down to 4. Three against 3 now. Big move up into them 50 by the Kings. Vixens staying tight together. Kings move up a little bit more onto the 50. And the Kings lose another player. Now what's going to happen? 2 versus 1. Going around the corner. She doesn't know she's there. Boom! Point blank range in the shoulder. And the Kings will make it through to the base. No! Just a defender sitting there for the Vixens. And gets eliminated. So there's one more player for the Kings. Been far out of the action, so I don't think they know exactly how many players are out in the field. Referee's trying to not give too much away. Plenty of time in the clock, just making sure. And hit the base and secure the win for the Kings.
Point approved. Game finished.
Can the Syndicate pull one back now against X Factor SA? Syndicate playing down the hill. Referee's getting a little bit heavy-handed with his fines, but it's all in the name of safety. Gave out a fine now for, what would you call them? They're sort of the cleaner uppers. They come in and make sure the used paint canisters come on, but he came on too early, which is dangerous. Just making sure everybody is safe inside the arena. X Factor SA against the Syndicate. Syndicate making a move all the way up to 50. Still 5 versus 5, big breakout, but X Factor SA, 2 players stuck behind 1 bunker. That always leads to trouble. Can't hide his way as much as you'd like to. Bit of a stalemate now. Nobody really making a move after the breakout. Now there is. 1-on-1 directly in front of each other. I don't know if the players know that they're there. Again, it's really close. Players are 1.5 meters apart. Goes around, sacrifice. Is willing to sacrifice it. X Factor SA losing another player. Syndicate can smell a victory here, I think. X Factor SA spread out nicely across the field. You can see the 2 players on your screen, bottom of your screen, far right-hand side of your screen. It's the X Factor. They just need to defend now for 2 minutes if they can. There's one player far up on 50 for the X Factor. So clever field position, and he gets eliminated. So down to 2 now for the X Factor. X Factor spreading it up. Big movement up the right-hand side, going all the way. Looks like a bit of a sacrifice run. Clears his path as he goes across. Was he cleaned? No, he's been called out. But there's one more player left for X Factor who is hanging back. He will jog up and secure the win.
Base. Point approved. Game finished. Four minutes. Minutes.
Swap it out in 5 minutes. Might have a little bit scratch, but there's nothing wrong with it. I've got a new lens. So you can swap it out. Oh, still foggy on the side.
2 minutes.
Otherwise I'm gonna stop it. Sorted. So I can just leave the remote there and I'll probably break it. Oh, you forgot how to set it longer. But I can't set it off. Why is the other one not doing it? So it must be off. Oh, no. It's not my problem. Yeah.
We need lens wide for the inside. How many D4 or D5 instead?
I have no idea. If you ask Lucan, he might tell you. Lucan.
Again. We love you. How many matches are left? How many matches are left?
1 minute.
He said matches. Not
Okay, let's go, guys. Let's go.
Seven.
Brutal 3 up against Kings 3. Our next matchup here at the Paintball Super Cup.
30 seconds.
SARPL Super Cup 2019 happening down at Thunderbell Park. Come and say how's it. Come and join the action. There's plenty to do. Get to see all the
30
paintballers.
seconds.
Bring an umbrella and some wellies as well. That'll help a little bit. Brutal 3 up against Kings 3. They'll be starting in a few
10
seconds.
seconds.
10 seconds.
Game on.
Kings 3 going straight down the middle, managing to survive the breakout. Brutal 3 sort of hanging back a little bit more. Plenty shouting on the field. Lots of communication from both sides. Nicely being spread out now. Kings 3 taking a little while to get spread out, but they finally managed to get into their offensive positions. It was Brutal sitting back, waiting for something to happen. Remember, this is the best of 2. Kings just losing another player now, so they're down to 3 that I can see. Brutal spread out nicely, waiting. No, there's still 4 players then for the Kings. One's hiding away directly in front of us here. Big slide by Brutal into the snake. That's going to open up the game a lot. Like you heard earlier, you need to periscope a little bit to be able to find your opponents. And he takes down one easily. Registers the player teabag 1. Now he's been spotted, so now he's going to be attacked. But a move down the right-hand side here by Brutal 3. Big move quickly by the snake player. And he gets his man. Just the man at teabag 1 now. He's going to be attacked from both sides. This is inevitable. Somebody's going to have to get him, and they do. And Brutal 3 will make their way to the base and register a point.
Base. Point approved. seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Team Hooligan against Doomday Raptors.
Game on.
Raptors stick behind two. In fact, there were two opportunities there where two players were stuck behind two barriers. Seems to have survived as the Hooligans lose a player early on. Raptors remaining stuck behind two players, stuck behind one barrier. Hooligans covering the field nicely. Hooligan making a move to the snake. And the Raptors losing another player, making his way off, so that's 3 now. Team Hooligans looking strong, nicely spread across the field, holding back the Raptors. Big move now forward by the Raptors to the big house. Looked as if they might get hit as they got there, just not fast enough. Big house calling the shots for the Hooligans. She can see everything happening there. 4 minutes left on the clock. One of the Hooligans made his way into snake now, trying his best to open the angles a little bit. The Raptors just sitting back, just defending. Both sides willing to run out the clock. Another movement up snake here by the Hooligans. And the Raptors finally been hit in snake Dorito. So the Raptors down to 2 players now. Imagine there's going to be, and finally also Hooligan losing out. Imagine it's going to be a battle of attrition now with only so many paintballs left in the marker. That Raptor was hit hard. So there's just one Raptor now. Can't imagine this lasting much longer. Players coming from both ends. Clarion Snake's out of ammunition. So what does he do now? Just hang around and try and find his opponent. Try and draw. He'll try and draw the fire in the hope that his friends communicate with him. And he got hit, did the Raptor, from the opposite end. Got a hit from behind. So the Hooligans will claim point number 1.
Base. Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Brutal 3 from the right-hand side. They're the ones that are going to need get the point. And already the Kings have lost a player. So 5 down to 5 against 4. Kings already struggling. And Brutal loses a player now as well. So they're down to 4 players. Kings making a big move up to the center. They're at 50 now. But that angle is going to get cut off very, very quickly. And Brutal lose another player. They're down to 3. Meanwhile, the Kings lose that player that was up at 50. Little shot to the chest. So defensive players now for the Kings. Spreading it out. Both sides of the field, nicely covering all the angles. Big run to the first Dorito for the Brutal side. Now it's that stalemate in the middle of the game. It's that patience, waiting game now. Minute and a half left in the clock. It's all now up to the Kings to have to move forward. The Brutal 3 just have to sit back. There we go. Kings moving forward on the left-hand side of their field. And Kings moving up steadily now.
60 seconds.
Starting to feel the pressure a little bit. Somebody has to make the move. Kings up steadily. But the Brutal 3 are happy just to sit back and defend.
Towel.
And they throw in the towel.
Point approved.
1-1 it is now. Brutal 3 and Kings. Good comeback. One more round to play with how many seconds left on the clock? 40 seconds. That's going to be fun to watch.
One minute.
Was that the husband? Nicolene, was that the hubby? Hey, I can see that smile. I know that's it.
30 seconds.
So Team Hooligan can go top of the table if they win this one against the Doomsday Raptors. Doomsday Raptors need to equalize and pull one back if they hope to go to the top. Both of these teams won their opening round, opening round. So can Hooligan make it 2 wins from 2?
Game on.
Lots of communication happening for Team Hooligans. Team Hooligans leave-it player, the one that was right up at the 50. She's the one that normally calls the shots, so this time she was called out really early. Will that affect the players though? Hooligans losing another player.
60 seconds.
Only 1 minute left for Raptors to be able to do something. Hooligans lose another player. They're down to just 2 on the field now. Expensive move, trying to get a little bit brave. Down the left-hand side, the Raptors make a move down to the second Dorito. They're going to have to do something if they want to get this point back. Hooligans down to just the 1 player now. No need to move. Big move down the right-hand side. And she gets hit. Oh, and he gets hit in the way to the, to the post. But the Raptors are going to make it with 16 seconds on the clock.
Base.
That one looks as if it's going to go to a little extra time playoff.
Point approved. One minute. Seconds.
1-1, 43 seconds to go. Rumors going around there's no overtime in this leg. There isn't any overtime, so the spoils will be shared. They'll earn a point each for a draw.
10 seconds.
Is somebody brave enough to get a full point with 43 seconds on the clock? It's plenty time. We've seen games much shorter than that already.
Game on.
And it's Kings that make the more aggressive move. Kings lose a player quickly. With very little time on the clock, that's half the time left. Big move down the right-hand side. Both players getting eliminated. Kings now still have 4 players on the field. Only 3 for Brutal 3. They're going to run out of time, though. 10 seconds not going to be enough for them to reach the base. So that game will be drawn.
Game time finish. No points. Game finished.
So they end 1-all. Now we get the Hooligans up against the Doomsday Raptors with 15 seconds on the clock. I don't think somebody could run from one side of the field to the other side of the field in 15 seconds. So what tactics do you employ?
2 minutes.
You give a timeout is what you do.
One minute.
So, which
30 seconds.
456? Which battalion?
20 seconds.
15 seconds to play.
10 seconds.
Hooligans against the Raptors. Looks like our vision mix is just going to sit and leave it on the one shot. To get from one end of the field to the other end of the field in 15 seconds. Go!
Game on.
Gave it a good try. And the Raptors keep on coming. The Raptors are giving up. What's going to happen? Is there anything coming from the Hooligans? No.
Finish. No points. Game finished.
And the points are drawn. 1-all.
Get someone to check on Byron. I can't feel my foot. I got shot on the left and I can't feel my foot. Shot the leg and I can't feel my foot. I can just feel my heel. I can only feel my heel. Yeah. Are you guys off? Andre just get the guys spraying. I'm going to run with it.
So confirmation of those results. Top two teams, all four of those teams drawing 1-all. So the points get shared. So there's big advantages now for the Kings and X Factor SA, should they win their next round of matches, to go well ahead of the opposition. Remember, 2 wins for a draw. 2 points for a draw. Try that again. 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, none for a loss. So big chances now for the Kings in the X Factor.
Yeah, I can feel that when you sleep hard there, yeah. But if I stand on it, my blood pressure down, I can't move. What's the action? Yeah, I can feel that. There when you press, yeah. Sometimes I have to sit off for a couple of minutes, hopefully you'll come back. What the actual, bro? Dude, I walked on, got shot, I'm like, wait, something's wrong. Yeah, dude, way better. Just do it, Luke, and fuck's sake. Yes, that was so. How much you paying? That's payment enough. For you and Byron. Byron doesn't want to take a piece. No, they offered me pain earlier, and I'm like, why do I need pain? What are you doing to me? Hey? No, they offered me pain to take off, and I'm like, come on. He's going to run this one, I'll come on next one. I said, alright, I think it'll come back. It'll come back, won't it? It should. It should. Is it 5 minutes running? Yeah. Well done. Yay. Longer break, can I stop it? No. Just, that was painful. Everyone's like, are you okay? Is everything okay? I'm like, yeah, it's cocktail my foot. Like, oh. That's not good. At least your leg's fixed. For now. Andre gave you guys good rep for fixing his leg. Apparently he worked wonders on his leg. Being a little bitch. So I have to take this shit off that you put on. I'm not going to have a leg left. Everything off. But it takes it like I'm not going to feel from the knee down. It's going to be fuck all left. Keep your foot in. Yeah, I can feel my big toe now.
4 minutes.
I can't feel the others yet. I can sort of feel my big one. So we're getting there. At the rate of 1 toe every 2 minutes, I'll be on in about 10 minutes. Fucking so many people fucking around. Oh, wow. Are you okay? What happened? Did you trip? No, I took a shot on my leg and I can't feel the bird. Shot on the leg. I got shot right here, did you check here? And then I can't feel, all I can feel is my heel. I couldn't feel anything from there. I don't know, bro. Doesn't make sense, but okay. Byron. Hey, I'm telling you what's happening here. Byron doesn't make sense. 3 minutes left. Bring the scissors. You got a headache? You should take something from them. They gave me something this morning. I asked for a Disprin, she gave me a Panada, and I think it was more like
3 minutes.
rock solid all day. Off the headache. You've been rock solid all day, Rick. Yeah, see, there's no blood going anymore. My luck can't be so. Everything's stuck on my neck, on my throat, my neck shoots. Like a freaking flamingo. Hey, I take you over there, man. Let's see if I can feel my other toe now. Yeah, my big toe feels good.
So the ball just hit the nerve.
I feel it moving. Ow! I can feel that. Yes.
It feels nice, right?
I'm just missing the 3 middle ones. You know how weird it is trying to walk and you can only feel your heel.
2 minutes.
About not smoking inside, but feels like She says she watched me play paintball was in Paris. Other than that, I don't trust you guys for shit. I'll be back on after the set. 18 today, 21 well, depending on my toes. Wait, my phone's just here. Yeah, I got the feeling in next toe. We're getting there. I don't feel nothing there. Missing 2 toes still. That's so weird. I've never had that happen. I have been shot here before. I was shot here once before.
1 minute.
I got shot once right about here, right there. My foot did the same thing. I just hit the ground. I tried to run. And I didn't work. And I just lay there. I made it look all cool like I'm lying on the ground. Yeah. And after the point, I was like, stop it if you need to get on the guys on done.
30 seconds.
Another one of, yeah, feel that, yeah. Oh, yeah, I definitely that.
20 seconds. Ten seconds.
Kings against the Syndicates. 6 minutes of play. Kings are looking for a win here. If they win, they go top of the table. Syndicate looking for their first win of the tournament. Frantic starters. Both players go out in the rain. Dark grey clouds overhead. It's been this non-stop drizzle that just gets a little bit heavier and then sort of fades away, gets heavier, fades away. Ground is looking very wet underfoot. Syndicate lose a player. Kings are looking comfortable, making their way forward. Four Syndicate players, now down to 3 Syndicate players. In fact, got 2 of them, so there's just 2 Syndicate players on the field now. Kings are going to feel extremely confident. Come round, they're going to be a little tag on the back here. Didn't see him coming. And he gets hit at the same time. Let your guard down a little bit, feeling a little bit too confident. Big slide into Snake. One more player left for the Syndicate. And that's it. Big win for the Kings. Good one as well. Fast.
Base.
Don't get shot in your leg, Andre.
Point approved.
So the Kings take a 1-0 lead. Remember, it's the best of 2 in this competition. Division 4 5-man. X Factor SA against the Vixens. Up next, Vixens beaten 2-0 in the first round.
30 seconds.
X Factor SA looking for 2 wins in a row. That'll move them up nicely.
20 seconds.
I'm just curious, is that a difficult job what you're doing there? Is it difficult? Because you're making it look really easy.
10 seconds.
Compared to, yeah, exactly.
Kill the mark. I'm going to say a few choice words to you now. I don't know what I say.
X Factor SA against the Vixens. We have a new referee on the pitch. Referee's been injured. He was hit in the left shin. We're going to talk to him now. In fact, come talk to us. Come bring up a chair. Shame, we can't. We're going to make him walk. Grab that one. I'll grab this one.
Okay, what are we doing? Are we commentating?
Yeah, we got X Factor SA against the Vixens. Do you know anything about the Vixens? All female team, right?
The only female team that I know of, actually.
Nice.
Actually not doing too bad. I see 3, I think.
First of all, everybody, this is Byron that you're hearing in the background. Byron is the head referee today. He's temporarily injured off the pitch. Got hit in the shin quite badly, actually.
Yeah, I actually can't feel a foot, so I'm just recovering a few minutes.
It's dangerous. I didn't think you guys were in the line of fire. All right, let's get back into the field. Vixens, I can see 3 on the pitch.
Yeah, I'm seeing 3, 1 on the Dorito, 1 at the back center, 1 back left. Ref going in to check there. I see no one coming out.
Can you tell us a bit more about Division 4? So is this like the beginner group or?
This is actually the one up from that. We have there is a beginners division, but nobody's doing that here now.
Right.
So the D4 is like the starter division, if I could say that. Actually quite a bit of talent to come up and through, because from here they go to the challengers, champions eventually. So it's more the feeding division for everything. Then the teams starting out, like the all-girls team, there's a couple of new teams that are just starting out, and a lot of the teams have feeder teams here as well that start off in D4.
Nice.
And they feed into their pro teams.
Right, so I can see 2 Vixens hanging back.
I think there's still one in the middle as well somewhere. I'm trying to see here.
You've been out in the field. What do you think is the tactic of the day so far?
I've just seen it's been a very open field, and yeah, you just got to push up. The teams that earlier, like in the AFCON, where the vets, they just moved up in waves, and that seemed to just work. The D4 guys seem a little bit more reluctant to move, but when they eventually do, it seems to take it. But it's a very open field as well, so if you don't have enough players, you can't really do anything.
Right. Vixen still got 3 players on the field.
Looks like it, yeah. 1, 2.
I think there's one behind
Dorito back
there.
center and back left, if I'm seeing it correct. Hey? There they go, down the left with a run.
Big left down the run.
1 down.
2.
I see
2
1 down, 2 down.
So
2
one more
down.
Vixen left here on the Dorito
One
closest.
lone Vixen on the snake corner.
Just being held down.
They're
Big
looking
run
for
down
it.
around
There
the corner.
they go.
There we go. That's
And
got to be a hit.
that is it.
So X
Vixen's
Factor
taken
SA
out.
take a 1-0 lead. Still 2 minutes 50 on the clock. How important is it? First of all, how many referees on the field?
Currently now, 8. With me, 9.
Why so many?
We try to work as close as we can to a player or a ref per 2 players.
Wow.
So the more the merrier. Sometimes it doesn't always work out. It's a bit tricky getting refs, but we do have enough, and they're doing a good job. Maybe not now because I'm not on there.
Yes, that's right.
But they are doing a good job. They're out there. We're doing the hard work in the rain and the wet and the cold.
It's not just calling it. I mean, it's a bit like a rugby referee as well. It's about safety, making sure that guys obey the rules for safety first, right?
Safety first all the time. Safety first all the time. And then applying all the rules and knowing what to call when and what to do when. It does get tricky. It does get
20
tricky.
seconds.
But we are managing.
And I don't mean to be rude, but is it? There's that saying that if you can't teach, do something else.
10
If
seconds.
you can't play, become a referee. Or are these guys proper players that are referees?
A lot of them have played before, and I think some of them just have a preference, and they're not into the politics of playing. Sometimes there's a lot of politics on that side.
Yeah.
But a lot of the guys have played before, so a lot of them can play. They just rather don't these days. So they do know what's going on and what the guys are trying to do.
Yeah.
Which does help, having a
I
bit of
guess-
experience.
Also, you watch enough games, eventually you're gonna get the gist of it, right?
Exactly.
Right. So we got the Syndicate against the Kings. Kings on the right-hand side. Kings leading 1-0.
Kings
Down
one
a
down
play
at the
already.
moment, so there's 4 live for Kings.
Syndicate have plenty time to be able to pull one back, but they've just lost a player now on the far side of the field.
There we go. Syndicate's down to Snake. Kings have picked him up. Ref running in. He's wiping him off, so he's good. Kings player cleared. Another Kings player coming off. That's 3 allowed for Kings, I think.
Yeah, one on the far, Dorito 2.
Yeah.
One in the big house and then one nearby here.
Another one dropping for Kings. There's a Syndicate
And
walking.
another one, so
Another one
just
drops
one
it.
more
Kings down
king.
to 1. Syndicate. I'm seeing
C3.
1. Definitely more than 1.
Towel.
Oh, there we go. Towel coming in, realizing they couldn't do much from this position.
Point approved.
1-1 with 3 minutes left on the clock. 2 minutes 43 to be precise. Vixen's up against X Factor in 30 seconds.
See what these ladies can do.
Oh, we got a timeout call, so we get 2 minutes.
Yes, another timeout.
Let's talk about the equipment. We were talking earlier about the jerseys and things. I see guys, some wear studded boots, some wear tackies. I guess in this kind of weather, boots would make sense, right?
Yeah, boots do make sense to get that extra bit of grip. Not a lot of people actually wear tackies because you want
Right.
those studs to actually give a bit of grip when you're sliding and running, especially in the wet, yeah. So most of them do have like a rugby tog or like a hockey boot. It actually works quite well as well.
Right.
Gives you a bit of grip when you're trying to dodge the balls.
And then all the thick clothes that you can possibly fit on.
Well, it's all actually regulated as well.
All right.
So you actually only allowed like 2 layers. Your jersey with a shirt and your padding on your arm pads not allowed to be thicker than a certain thickness. So everything's actually regulated. It's also things we've got to look out for.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, we do check that. But most of the guys and girls should know by now.
Yeah.
So there's a few that try to sneak an extra layer on or something, and it does get technical as you go further in. And they mention temperatures.
1
And
minute.
Oh, wow. Okay.
yeah, and more layers can be worn at certain levels. And
That's it. Again, it comes down to safety. It's interesting.
Yep.
Safety first. Shoot each other second.
Yep, yeah, safety first, shoot each other second. That's actually the right way of saying it.
All right. So we got some time now. 40 seconds. X Factor on the right. Vixen's on the left. Vixens look keen to go. They just don't seem to be talking to each other.
Yeah, they seem to be a bit quiet today on the field.
30 seconds.
And I expect quite an aggressive break out from these guys, the X Factor.
Right.
So let's see. What are we down to? 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Ten seconds.
Here we go. In the 10.
Game on.
Oh, you're right. Big breakout.
X
Wow.
Factor with a very aggressive break. We got a minor penalty on Vixens. I see 2 walking off there.
Oh, so that's got to hurt.
1 down for X Factor that I can see. X Factor almost at the halfway point in the field. Vixen's still a bit far back. Here we go.
Big ouch.
Vixen Snake is down. It looks like he's picking off the last few with that run.
Big run around the corner.
Towel.
And the
Vixen's
towel
throwing the towel.
thrown. A little bit too late to save them, but
Big win for X Factor. That was a great
Yeah.
run. Just assuming people give those kind of runs, it either works or it doesn't, right?
yeah, you either get very lucky and make it all the way down, or you
Yes.
get very unlucky and don't make it.
Point approved.
There we
Game
go.
finished.
Point approved, game finished. I'm going to try head back onto the
All
field.
right. Good luck. Thank you very much for joining us and telling
My
us. some of
foot's
the
healed. And yeah,
games.
good luck with the rest of the day.
We'll see you hobbling around.
Yeah, cool.
Take
Cheers,
it easy.
guys.
So that was Byron, one of the referees. No, I'm just telling people who you were.
The boss.
The boss. The boss. If you don't know Byron, you do now. Oh, we have to ask about. I forgot to ask about the socks. Is that a fashion statement? Very bright socks.
What they're not allowed to wear. Shorts,
Okay, so
colours.
like a goalkeeper on purpose, so that you stand out.
Yeah. A good example of what not to wear when playing paintball.
Kings up against the Syndicate. 2 minutes 42, 1-1.
1 minute.
We have a look at the table to see the rankings at the moment. Kings won their first game. It was the Syndicate that lost their second game. You can see there. So the Vixens will stay bottom of the table. X Factor will go up to first at the moment as it stands because they will have won 2 rounds. Other teams there drew and only earn a point. So X Factor will go up to 4 points. Kings will be looking for 4 points now as well if they can win this round against the Syndicate.
20 seconds. Ten seconds. Game on.
2 minutes 43 to go. Kings break out and go extremely far forward. Syndicate just spread out nicely. They've got their defensive position there. Somebody has to win this. Whoever wins this round will win the tournament, win the game as well. The match. Syndicate happy to just to sit back. It looks as if they've hit somebody there. It looks like somebody from the Kings. He was questioning, but he has indeed been knocked. So he's been killed and is out. 2 big losses there for the Syndicate. I think there was a penalty. Was there a minor penalty there? Indeed, a minor penalty for the Syndicate, so they lose 2 quick players. So the Kings in control now. Making their way down the field. Still 2 Kings, 2 Syndicate players that I can see. I've been told there's 3 Syndicate players. Kings player making his way slowly down. Kings player making his way slowly down the snake. 3 Kings player. Oh, he put his head up and he got targeted. Patience, patience. Down to 2. Syndicate making a move down to the center. And a long cross-field attack by this number 11 here in the snake. So there's 1 more Syndicate. Plenty time for them to be able to take this. Snake's been recognized.
50 seconds.
Will they play for a draw or are you going to play for a win? How long are you willing to wait? Big round the side. And he guts and Ted hit him as well. Great run. Player was looking the other way and they're going to make this with 40 seconds on the clock.
Base. Point approved.
So the Kings win it, and with that, they will go top of the table. With X Factor SA also going top of the table. So 2 teams will now have 2 wins in a row. And then you've got those 2 teams with the 2 draws that'll go down into 3rd and 4th place. I'll just wait for that table to update itself, and then we'll be able to bring it to you now.
What can I change the time zone?
4 minutes.
No, there's still 41 seconds left on this game. I've got no idea. I'm just going to change it to
it's not race to, it's mercy. You have to lead by 2 and the mercy goes.
30 seconds.
Just stop it, because I think they were looking at the other time. I'll just tell them there was a mess up with the time. You stopping it? Let me just tell them. Okay, Kings are ready. Okay, go. Next time. Check it, syndicate's ready.
All right, so new information. Paul, new information from me. Paul, come on. You got to explain to us what's happening here.
Yeah, you got used to the fact that the Afghan guys played what we call a race to 4. So in a race to 4 format, whoever gets to 4 first wins. Okay. The rest of our games, we play either Mercy 4 or Mercy 2. So these is the 5-man Division 4 teams. They're playing Mercy 2. So the difference between the two is if you play Mercy 2 is you have to lead by 2 to win.
Okay.
So you can still win 2-0. Yes. And then the game's done. But if it's like in this case 2-1, it will still continue because you can still turn it around effectively. And obviously tomorrow we'll see the pro teams playing Mercy 4, obviously so leading by 4 points.
So you could be 3-0 down and win 7-3.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Not there will be enough. In most cases, there won't be enough time left. But if you had very quick games after each, we've seen it in the past. Even overseas international games, overseas with the pro teams, there they play Mercy 7, 20-minute games. So there you sometimes we've seen games where there was a 5-0 lead, and then a team will just turn it around and literally win 7-6 or something like that. So
Okay, all right, so you'll work in the time. All right. Okay, so 40 seconds. The Kings will just sit back and defend, or will they go for the jugular?
10 seconds. Game on.
No, the Kings are not going to sit back, but certainly the Syndicate are not sitting back. 2 players making their way halfway up the field already at the 50. Kings definitely not holding back either. There are now bullets flying all over the place. Paintballs, not bullets. Bullets, I think, would be illegal. The Kings, and plenty tagging happening here. Referees are having to get involved, calling the shots. Looks as if the Kings have managed to survive that onslaught from the Syndicate. And they run out of time. Kings held on well there. A couple of great moves from the Syndicate. Just not good enough as the Kings would manage to hold on and defend the positions. Kings win that 2-1. If you heard the officiating there, we're going to have 5 sets of 3-man now, which is a different league. But as soon as this table updates, we'll bring you an update on the Division 4 5-man. And that'll continue tomorrow. There'll be more playoffs in this league tomorrow morning. In fact, I lied. It'll start tomorrow afternoon around about 12 o'clock. Correction. It'll start tomorrow morning at 7:30. There'll be some more Division 4. And then on Sunday as well, we'll have the finals for that. The big boys start tomorrow. The challengers and the champions start tomorrow at 9:30. If you want to watch the action, so do tune in, 9:30 South African time, which is 7:30 UK time or Zulu time, I think. We're 2 hours. And if you're watching us wherever you are in the world, let us know. Please drop a message on the Facebook page. We love to get your comments, and hopefully we're bringing you what you want. And thank you very much for staying with us through the whole day. It's been a long day. Hopefully you've got some actual excitement there. It certainly has been exciting here. Rachel says, brutal. Well done, Tian Skuman and Marco Kriegler. Nico says, well played, Vets. You deserve that first place. George says, the only team that does everything to the final, Zebra's team. Claude says, nice, brutal. Go Kings 2, said Ryan an hour ago. Tracy says, go WC. And Peter wants to know, why does Cape Town only have one team? Good question, Peter. Let's get some more teams from Cape Town. They'd be used to this weather, but yeah, let's get some more Cape Town paintball teams. Rachel said, go brutal. Alistair says, is there any commentary from anyone? Hello. That's what I'm doing, Alistair. There are breaks sometimes, so we do take a little break. But Alistair, hopefully you're listening to the commentary now. Let us know. And nice gent, says Brenda. Go Kings, says Michael. Let's have a look at that table now. You can see it on your screen. So that's the action today for the Division 4 5-man. X Factor SA and the Kings leading. X Factor SA on top just because of that average margin there, winning both of their games 2-0. Kings 2-0 and 2-1. They're into second place. Then those teams that drew, and the Vixens holding up the bottom of the table with the 2-0 losses. Still plenty action to go. Still a whole day of play tomorrow. Can X Factor SA and the Kings hold on to that? It'll go down to semi-finals and finals again. I think there's also playoffs in this division, so we'll have to keep an eye. All the playoffs happening on Sunday, we've been told for this. What are these? All right, so I've got Paul here again, because now I need to understand. So we've been doing those. What are those happening tomorrow at Hopper 7?
Okay, so those are still the teams that played just now. They playing their remainder of their prelim games.
So there's two more prelim games to go, right?
For each team, yeah. So each team plays typically is in a bracket of 5, and they will be playing 4 prelim games. So they've played 2 of their prelim games now. They're playing 2 of their prelim games tomorrow morning from 7:30 to about 9:30. From 9:30 onwards for the remainder of the day, we've got all our pro teams playing the Mercy 4 10-minute games. And then on Sunday morning, we still have the pro teams, challengers and champions playing for about 3 hours in the morning from 9 to 12, their prelim games. And then from midday onwards, it's just playoffs, so quarter semis, finals, depending on the different divisions.
All right. So plenty of action for you to look forward to here. If you're watching us live streaming, thank you very much. We'll bring you all of that action. And I'll learn it as we go. And then we'll have, you wouldn't think I've done this before. And then you can come join us live. Come down to Funnabell Park. It's a gentle hour-long drive along the highway. Get to see some different kind of scenery and come to Funnabell Park.
1 minute.
Bring some snacks and come and enjoy some interesting paintball. A whole different outlook on life. Give you something to do on a Sunday. Rain has stopped, which is good news. Starting to cool down now. Oh, I've been told there's food and drinks. Stir fry you definitely need because it's nice and warm. Warm the cockles of your heart, as it were. All right, so there's a whole lot of snacks and things as well, so you don't have to bring it. There's meals, and the players are more than happy to help you with the sport as well. Come along, have a chat with them, and maybe you can start your own little team. As we go back to 3-man. Whole new tactics. We started this morning with 3-man, 3-person, to be more correct.
10 seconds.
So let's get going. We got 4-4-4-5-6 and the Pro Share Misfits. 3-person paintball.
Game on.
Much wider game now. Less paintballs being shot across the court. Lots more communications needed as the players are more separated from each other. But a big move up on the right-hand side here by the Misfits. Also bringing some defense on the left-hand side. Players calling out the positions of their opponents. Big move up by the Pro Share Misfits on the right-hand side, halfway up the field. Misfits also getting into the snake now, making their way up forward. More defensive from 4-5-6. So one player down for 4-5-6. Third kill down as well. And the Misfits will make their way to the front and get the first point.
Base.
As I said, the rain stopped. The rain has come down again. It's been non-stop rain. All day, just a slight drizzle and a mist. So, good start for the Pro Share Misfits. Nicely kitted out in black and white with their numbers and their names on their jersey. So up next, the Titans against the Sons of Liberty.
30 seconds.
Are they missing me on the commentary?
20 seconds.
Okay. I'll have to come back. Let me get shot in the other leg.
Byron wants to know, the referee's just come and spoken. He says, are you missing him on commentary? So I said yes. So please let us know if you're missing Byron on commentary. Comment on the Facebook page below.
And a rating out of 10 will be cool as well.
Don't forget to like it. Don't forget to tell your friends as well. But let's get on to the action on the field. Titans against Sons of Liberty. Titans on the left-hand side, Sons of Liberty on the right. Sons of Liberty moving up nicely together. Two players on the right-hand side of the field with one sneaky on the left. Looks like he's gone unnoticed there, but now he's gone and announced his position with a rifle. But Sons of Liberty have lost one of their players already. So new tactics as the two players spread out across the field. Big movement right and left by Sons of Liberty. Titans happy just to sit and defend. Rain coming down harder now. It's getting uncomfortable. I imagine those visors. Sons of Liberty, Titans just lost their first player. Imagine the rain and the visors are going to be uncomfortable. Big movement down the right-hand side. Both players eliminating each other. We got 1v1. Player doesn't know. Son of Liberty player didn't know that his opponent's not there, or that his teammate's not there. Still 3 minutes on the clock. We got a 1v1. Big movement down the right-hand side. Down to the left-hand side. And some great shooting by the Sons of Liberty player. He still doesn't know that he's the only one in the field. Referee just making sure that he's still in the game. See him coming up the snake. Doesn't know that there's nobody else around. Could be somebody waiting in ambush. And they throw in the towel. Titans just making him wait. So the Misfits and a point. Correction, Titans won a point there. Moved on to the next game already. The Misfits up against the Killers. 4-5-6.
20 seconds.
Rain coming down now as hard as it has done all
10
day.
seconds.
We were predicting 3:30. What's the time now? 5 o'clock. So the weatherman getting it a little bit wrong. But here we go. Can the Misfits seal this now?
Game on.
2.5 minutes to go. Killers losing a player, and I think they got a penalty there as well for not obeying the referee. So they're down to just one man. In fact, they're down to no men now, as all three of them are out. Waiting for the Misfits. Waiting for the Misfits to realize that they're playing against nobody. This is the most tense battle you will see of nothing happening. I think they've realized the game is over now, but it's still tense. It's still quite exciting, actually. Running down the right-hand side, and they've realized it's over. Unhappy players making their way back for the Killers, but that's the rules. And the Misfits go and win it 2-0.
Point approved. Game finished.
Well done to the Misfits, making their way to the top of the table, if I've done my maths correctly. Give our graphics department something to do now.
30 seconds. 20 seconds.
I was right as well. That's a rare phenomenon. All right, let's move on. Sons of Liberty against Titans.
Game on.
Sons of Liberty playing from left to right. Big breakout going down, getting tagged straight away. Sons of Liberty losing a player very, very quickly. So it's 2 versus 3 at the moment. Lots of talking coming from the Titans on the right-hand side of the field. Nicely spread across the field. Sons of Liberty is pushing up to Dorito 2. Finally, this player on the right-hand side of the screen, as you're looking at it now, he was having a problem with his marker, but now he's making a big move down the right-hand side. Does anybody know that he's there? And he finally gets him, both players getting each other out. But there should be.
60 seconds.
There's one more player from Titans who's managed to work his way on the right-hand side, and he will tag it and make it 1-1.
Phase.
So Sons of Liberty 1, Titans 1, with plenty time on the clock. They get a bit of a rest. The other game is finished. So they get themselves a rest now ahead of what could very well be the decider.
Point approved. One minute. Thirty seconds.
So Titans up against Sons of Liberty. Titans up against Sons of Liberty. Just 54 seconds left. A win here for Titans will move them top of the table.
10
Sons
seconds.
of Liberty are way on the table. I can't see. Too small. They're looking for their first win of the tournament.
Game on.
Just 54 seconds. Sons of Liberty go. Titans lose a player, and they get a penalty as well. So they're going to lose 2. So there's just 3 versus 1 at the moment. Sons of Liberty running down, making short work of this, but he gets tagged. So 2 versus 1 at the moment. Sons of Liberty looking good. Time running out on the clock, 21 seconds. Don't want to share points, and they've got the kill as well. Titans got the kill. Can Sons of Liberty make it with just 10 seconds back on the clock? A big, fast run, and he's going to make it with seconds to spare.
Base.
Sons of Liberty win it, 2-1.
Point approved.
Sorry, again, correction. It's not. The game's not over yet. It's the best. Is that? It is over. 2-1.
Time finished.
There we go.
Finished.
Referees call it. Umpires have called it. Officials have called it. 2-1. Sons of Liberty win, which means Sons of Liberty will go top of the table. Where am I looking? Let's load the graphic up. We can have a look at this together. Work this out. So Sons of Liberty, so it hasn't been updated yet. They're down in 8th place, so that's their first win. They're going to get themselves 2 points. They'll move up to 3rd, probably go into 5th or 6th position, one of the 2 there. And so that's X Factor stays up the top. They've got their 5 points. Now we'll look for how the Misfits and the Titans fit in. We'll update that. As the graphic updates, we'll put that on the screen for you.
Two minutes. One minute. Seconds.
No show up against Vodka. Sounds like the start of a bad joke.
20 seconds.
No show up against Vodka. No show playing from left to right. Vodka playing from right to left.
10 seconds. Game on.
As you heard, game on. 3 versus 3 action. And already Vodka have lost a player. 3 versus 2 now. No show have the advantage. Both teams standing back, long overfield shots. A little bit of movement there by No Show to the left-hand side of the field. See Vodka just happy to sit back. Three versus 2 still. 3 for No Show, 2 for Vodka. And now that's 1 for Vodka. Great shooting across the field. Long distance shooting happening in this 3-man game. Big run by Vodka has decided to give it all. Running across, shooting while running. And the referees call him. Has he been called? Has indeed. So 2 versus none. They run down to try and hit the tag. No Show will take a 1-0 lead.
Base. Point approved.
Right, so then you can see an updated Division 4 3-man. As you can see, the Misfits, top of the table, 3 wins from 3 games. Haven't lost a match yet, or 3 matches, haven't lost a game yet. X Factor with that draw, putting them in second place. No Show currently on court at the moment, and they've got that 1-0 advantage against Vodka. So they're looking good to move up into second place as it stands if they continue this format. But let's move on to our next game.
10 seconds. Game on.
X Factor Blue against Nightmare. X Factor Blue on the left-hand side, moving up nicely to the right. Nightmare just sitting back. 2 players in the central defensive position, finally being split. Now Nightmare are in the game. As you can see, X Factor's nicely spread out. Nightmare also on the right-hand side of the field, as you can see. One of the players being hit now. So that's 2 down, or 1 down for Nightmare. Only 2 players on the field. X Factor still have all 3 of their players. Nightmare retreating a little bit, and they lose another player. So just the 1 more. And he's behind a Dorito, which is very difficult to hide behind. All 3 Nightmares are down. X Factor will take this one quickly.
Base. Point approved.
So X Factor take the lead there. Vodka now against No Show. Can No Show make this a quick 2-0? 2 minutes still on the clock.
Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Vodka playing from left to right. No show from right to left. No show in the purple and blue. Breakout from both players. Not as aggressive, but now Vodka. No show, correction. No show doing a big movement up down to up on the right-hand side and on the left. Meanwhile, Vodka happy just to sit back, just to defend, peppering bullets down the paintballs down the field. Both teams still with 3 players in the field. Referee's keeping a close eye on the players. And one of the no-show players is out. Putting his head out, and as one of the Vodka players. So down to 2-2 now. Move up by one of the Vodka players. Behind the big house now, also on the left-hand side of the field, going up to 50. And that's it. They managed to kill all of the no-shows. Vodka going to equalize this at 1-1 with 1 minute left on the clock.
60 seconds. Base. Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds.
X Factor is looking to seal this one up against Nightmare. No, Nightmare looking very comfortable as they walk past the commentary box, looking very
10
confident.
seconds. Game on.
X Factor, big breakaway all the way through to the 50-meter mark, and he manages to stick it as well. Big house on the left-hand side for Nightmare. But you kind of feel that X Factor have the advantage now with this player right up in the opposition's face. So Nightmare losing a player, maybe a second player there. Ooh, lucky, lucky, lucky. But X Factor have lost a player. 2-2 now. Nightmare players playing with fires. A cat. He's got 9 lives. 2 of them are gone already. And he gets eliminated. One of the Nightmare players. So we're down 2 versus 1. Don't know exactly where he is. And he gets eliminated. Some fantastic shooting there by the X Factor player. And he will go and seal the victory with more than a minute and a half on the clock. X Factor will go to the top of the table, just the one draw. And this will be X Factor Blue. Will go top of the table. They'll have 7 points from their 4 games. But will have played an extra game.
Point approved. Game finished.
So we move on to our next game. No show against
30
Vodka.
seconds.
1-1, 52 seconds left on the clock. Vodka currently in 5th place. No show currently in 3rd place. A win for No Show will move them top of the table. 3 points from 3 games. Oh, correction, they'll move into 2nd place because of average margins. What can we do here? Can we see a result in the next 50 seconds?
Game on.
Both sides with moderate breakouts, nobody going very aggressive. But Vodka lost a player early, so it's 3 down to 2 now. 3 versus 2. No Show looking to make it 3 wins from 3. Moves off to the right-hand side for Vodka and gets hit at the same time. No Shows 3 down to 1 now. Big move down the left-hand side. They know that they need to be able to win this. They're running out of time. It's only 21 seconds on the clock, and that's all 3 players out. Do No Show know it? Do you think they can get down to the tag in 10 seconds? Taking a quick run. They're having a look at the clock, and they're going to make it in time. 7 seconds left. No Show will go 3 wins out of 3 games. Move up into second place.
Point approved.
Yeah, I did mercy because I got 2 and it didn't go over. Oh yeah, is that 8 seconds? That's great.
Game on. Game time finished. Game finished.
Okay, you and Nathan go off.
All right, we have one more round of games. Is that correct? Plenty more rounds of games to go. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
He was awful. He's actually beautiful.
Two minutes. One minute. 30 seconds. 20 seconds.
All right, let's get into our next round of action. Draco
10 seconds.
against Syndicate. Draco on the left, Syndicate on the right.
Game on.
Big breakout by Draco. Draco making their way forward to the 45s. Not quite to the 50. Syndicate sitting back. Rain really coming down now. Can't be comfortable for those players out there. Both sides still with 3 players on the field. And as I say that, Syndicate have just lost a player. So it's 3 versus 2 now. Oh, Draco nearly getting hit, just getting out of the way in time. Draco moving forward nicely. 3 players now within the 45, almost at the 50. Syndicate making a move down the right-hand side. Is he going to be able to get? No, he gets get hits. Both 2 players getting hit there, so it's 2 versus 1 now. Oh, incorrection. It's 2 versus 2. That Syndicate player on the right-hand side managed to not get it. He's reloading. So there's 2 games of 2 versus 1, and now it's 2 versus nothing. So all the Syndicate players are out. Some patience shown by Draco there. Interesting move by Syndicate as they moved down fast down the right-hand side. Just ran out of patience towards the end.
Days.
So Draco take a lead, 1-0.
Marco. Marco. Start me a packet of chippies. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Are you going to give to all your reps?
Well, it's there if they want.
Do they know that?
There's chips there if they want, Andre. Yeah, they do now.
But you're going to have so many chips.
Which one do you want? That one in your hand. This one? Yeah, see? It's the kind of love I need. It's not chili, is it? No, it's fine. It's barbecue. Cool.
A problem?
Did I not approve it? I did approve. Did it not approve, Lucas?
Point approved.
I pressed it and it flashed green. Come guys, run it down. Change it to like 15 seconds there, but I'm not waiting 45 seconds. Oh, they're on the field? Yeah, they're on. No, they're not. Wait, don't run it. Leave it. Just leave it. At this point I realized I messed up.
30 seconds.
Jimmy, you do one, they're good.
20 seconds. Ten seconds. Game on.
DC Warborn against Sons of Liberty. Sons of Liberty with a big breakthrough. 2 players going left and right, and then 1 straight down the center. Now they spread out a little bit to go to Dorito right. Meanwhile, DC Warborn, as the rain pours down here in Veltervreden Park. Hopefully you're enjoying your load shedding wherever you are. Keeping nice and warm. DC Warborn also going with a big move up into the center, big house. Sons of Liberty losing a player. So they try some new tactics, going to the left-hand side of the field. Warborn also going up to the center. Right and left now for Sons of Liberty. Warborn happy just to play the patient and waiting game. Keeping an eye on Sons of Liberty. Sons of Liberty going around the right-hand side. Also manages to not get hit. Big movement down the left-hand side. I don't think the other players have seen it. He's being defended and he was attacked. He was trying to get around the barrier. But DC Warborn will claim that one.
Point approved.
No, that's bad. It looks like a overslept.
Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Right, can Draco finish this up now?
Game on.
2 minutes of the clock. Draco having no mercy, going all the way through to the big house. But Draco losing a player early. The defender right at the back is the first one to go down. Second one is now also down. Draco down to just one player. 3 versus 1. It looks as if this is going to be pulled back by Syndicate 3-man. It is indeed 3 men from Draco are finished. Syndicate will rush through. And they'll level it up at 1-1.
That had to be like 20 seconds.
Base.
How much?
From last year, I remember.
Game on. Base. Point approved.
So leveling it up there. We prepare for our next match. Sons of Liberty against DC Warborn. Sons of Liberty sort of medium table at the moment, and Warborn bottom half.
Timeout for those guys. You want a timeout?
Timeout.
Oh, there we go. They got it.
Here we go.
I figured it out.
DC Warborn looking for their first win. And Sons of Liberty winning their last round. It's off a draw and then a loss. So a bit of a mixed bag for Sons of Liberty today. Win for them will move them up into 4th place. Maybe 5th, depending on some average margins there. But a 4th place is good enough for a playoff.
20
save.
seconds.
Good save. Good save.
Reflexes of a cat.
Let's go. Come on. Come on.
10 seconds. Game on.
Sons of Liberty break out nice and gentle, as you see on your screen. That one player remains behind in the middle. Much the same for DC Warborn, except the one moving up to Dorito 3. And also a big movement up to that second barrier. Also Dorito 1 there, or Dorito 2 for Sons of Liberty. Copying what DC Warborn are doing. Still 3 versus 3. DC Warborn making a big movement up, but it was hit, so that's down. They're down to 2 players. And now they're down to 1 player. Just DC Warborn has the 1 player up at the top, and he's been eliminated as well. Sons of Liberty making quick work of that one to level that up at 1-1.
Days. Point approved.
They fix the jacuzzi, Marco. No, no. I'm going there like this after this. I'm jumping in like this. I'm gonna find
30 seconds.
the mud first, then I'm going to jump in the jacuzzi. So I hope it's warm. Otherwise you're going to have a cold, muddy jacuzzi.
20 seconds.
You do. You will.
Draco against Syndicate 3-man. They're up next. 1.5 minutes on the
10
clock.
seconds.
Rain is really coming down now. It's really uncomfortable for the players. It must be so slippery underfoot.
Game on.
Big run up there by Syndicate 3-man team. Extremely confident, making his way all the way to the 45-meter. Now a bit of a lull in the match. Everybody's trying to work out where they are. Syndicate sitting back. Now Syndicate making the move to the left-hand side.
60 seconds.
Only a minute left. It's tied at 1-1. Remember, there can be a tie in this tournament. Right-hand side, moving up by Syndicate. Syndicate losing a player. So they have to reshuffle their defensive position to the left. Meanwhile, Draco looking good. Crawling forward on the left-hand side of the field as they look at it. Countdown doesn't stop, only 30 seconds. Looks as if these two are going to play it out for a draw. Syndicate moving up. Big movement up to the right-hand side by Syndicate. Trying to make it all the way to the base. Did he make it? No, he gets called out. So it's just the 1 man left with 8 seconds left on the clock. He's not going to get there in time. And it's a draw.
Game finished.
This shows you just how important it is to keep an eye on that scoreboard. It's a draw. 1-1.
30 seconds.
DC Warborn and Sons of Liberty now with 1 minute 20.
Seconds. Game on.
Do these teams want to play for a draw like the ones we just saw, or is it somebody going to try and go out for the win? 1 minute 20 is a long time in 3-man. Sons of Liberty just losing a player and a second one as well. So Sons of Liberty down to just the one player. How long can they hold on? Now they're going to want to play for a draw.
60 seconds.
She said, oh, great shooting. Takes out one of the DC Warborn. It's 2 versus 1 now. 1 versus 1. Definitely more aggression from Sons of Liberty. Takes time to reload. Far side of the field. Peppering across the field, diagonally across the field. Some movement on the right-hand side by the DC Warborn. 1 versus 1. 24 seconds on the clock. Is anybody willing to make a big move or not? Sons of Liberty making a move on the right-hand side, but it's been covered there by DC Warborn. And that's going to be the end of the game. 3 seconds left.
Game time finished.
Another draw.
Game finished.
DC Warborn and Sons of Liberty leveling it up and 1-1.
That's the next set. Okay, let's go. Daniel, Justin, you're on for... I don't know, 2 people.
Everyone's been off. So we can all just play the last 2 sets. Or break the last 2
There's
sets.
2 more, eh? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, Andre, you want to go off this one, dude? Hey, you got that way. You swap first, Justine. Justine, you're going that side. Nathan, you swapping with Raymond. How long have you been on? How many games have you been on? Yeah, I still need to stay on. Raymond needs to come on. Oh, man, you're actually the first one off. Yeah, who was the first one? Okay, go, yeah, swap with Nathan. Nathan, Raymond, off you go. And Andre's also off, and then I'll be off for the last one. Yeah, be like that. Go.
Right, just got an update there now from the Division 4 3-man. I need to move a little closer. My old eyes aren't working. Sons of Liberty now, they can do no better than 5th. They finished their matches. So there's still chances for Vodka and Killers, as well as maybe Syndicate 3-man to overtake them. But definitely Vodka will be looking for that 5th place. What did we say? The top 6 go through to the playoffs. So still plenty to do for Syndicate, Killers, Vodka. They've still got plenty to prove for that final 6th place. And even if things go their way, 3 points on top of the 2 points on top of the 1. DC Warborn, if things go their way, they might even get up there. So last round of action is going to be very, very important. Also, you want to play for 1st position. 1st will play 6th, 2nd will play 5th, 3rd will play 4th. So ideally, you want to end up as high as you possibly can. X Factor can do no better than those 7 points. So they can be beaten by the Misfits no-show as well. They could both go top depending on these last rounds of games. So stay close, plenty to play for.
One minute. seconds. Twenty seconds. Ten seconds.
All right, Titans against No Show. Second last set being played. Going to be playing into the dark this evening. Big breakouts. No Show on the right-hand side, spreading out quite nicely, but they're under fire. Bit of a lull as the Titans sit back. One player in the middle of the field. No Show trying to open the angles up a little bit. There we go. No Show finally making that move to try and open the angle, and he gets him as well. So that's 2 Titans out. No Show still have the 3 players. Titans moving up both sides now at the halfway mark. Moving up as a team. One gives cover as the other one moves up forward. And they finally get their 3rd kill.
Towel.
And the Titans throw in the towel.
Point approved. Seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Killers up against Nightmare. Nightmare really keen to go, and you can see why. Big movement up the center for the Killers. Correction, for the Nightmares. Controlling the center position at the moment. With the Killers on the left-hand side of the field, being a little bit more conservative. That's one of the Killers out. Killers are being killed, as it were. Nightmare pushing up even further now, up to the halfway mark. Nicely being defended, but he gets tagged. So down to 2-2. Some movement now by the Killers on the right-hand side. Getting behind the obstacles. It's 2 versus 2. And she tried to make a move, but slap bang in the face. 2 versus 1 now. Looks like they might have been hit and are out of the game. They are indeed. So Nightmare will make this a 1-0 game after, well, plenty time still on the clock.
Base. Point approved. seconds.
So No Show will be looking to win this.
20 seconds.
I just heard one of them say, come on, let's win this so we can get this over. No Show 1, Titans 0. Still 2.5 minutes on the clock.
10 seconds.
No Show can seal this now.
Game on.
Remember, a win for No Show will move them top of the table. Very important match this. It'll have an easier qualification into the semi-finals and then into the finals. Just been steady, you have No Show. No thrills, no big moves, just steady, controlled. They just lose the player though, as I say that. Commentators curse. So 2 versus 3. No Show on the left-hand side. Their defender's having to move out of her regular position. She normally sits in the middle, but she's had to move to the right. But it's like, oh, and there's Titans losing a player now. Looks as if No Show. No Show sitting with 2 players. Titans now with just the 1 player in the middle. Getting peppered from both sides. Oh, that's got to be a hit. And that's the game. No Show will wrap this up. With a minute left on the clock, just making sure everything is fine.
60 seconds.
Looks as if the honorary tagging will be done by the defender.
Base. Point approved. Game finished.
So No Show win that one, and by our counts, that's 4 wins in a row. They will go top of the table for now. With
30 seconds.
the Misfits still have a game, so the Misfits could very well join them at the top of the table. But No Show definitely top of the table for now. No Show will be playing in the last set. Now, though, Nightmare up against the Killers.
10 seconds. Game on.
Nightmare with a big breakaway straight down the center, feeling very confident. But they've lost a player already. So they're down to 2. 3 versus 2. Killer's just sitting, waiting, playing the patient game. Oh, he's got hit. So that means Nightmare down to just 1 player now down the left-hand side, but that's being covered very quickly here by the Killers. And he gets a quick hit, but does this Killer. It's got Cam, number 81 in the back. So Killers will level this up at 1-1 with 2 minutes to play.
Base. Point approved.
1-1 it is. So we take a 2-minute break as these players get a little bit of rest. Can we see what will happen in the next 2 minutes?
1 minute.
You guys ready, eh? What's the time stop? Oh, there it goes.
30 seconds. 20 seconds.
Guys, you're not coming back on?
Killers up against Nightmare. Still
10 seconds.
2 minutes on the clock. So still plenty to play for here. Will they wind down the clock? Or will they play for a win?
Game on.
Nightmare do a big breakout into the center. Killers lose. And there's a penalty as well. Killers are going to lose this one. And Nightmare will run right through and stop the clock. There was a penalty there, which meant the Killers lost a player.
Point approved.
And Nightmare take it 2-1. So 2-1 with 1 minute 42 on the clock. Can the Killers come back? Or will Nightmare seal this?
They were standing chilling in the pits. 4, 5, 6 killers. I was like, are you guys playing? Yeah. Oh, there's 20 seconds. Oh, crap.
1 minute.
They were just standing there chilling. You guys play? Yeah. Oh, getting it on.
Time out. One minute. Seconds.
Right, can Nightmare turn this around? As a timeout as one of the Killers players was making their way to the field.
20 seconds. Seconds. Game on.
1 minute 42 on the clock, so plenty time for both of these players to be able to make a big move. Nightmare will be wanting to seal this now, but Killers want to be able to at least put up a bit of a fight. Nightmare moving up on the right-hand side nicely, opening up the field a little bit. Killers also moving up on the right. That's Nightmare stuck in the back. 2 players stuck behind that single bunker. Looks as though like they're playing more of a defensive game, but it didn't work. It never works. So one of the Nightmare players are out. It's fine. They're just going to wait for the clock. It is up to the Killers to do something. Long range shooting. Killers do make a big move. Right to the big house. Killers also moving out on the right-hand side again. Trying to open up that field. Don't know if that's been noticed. Killers getting another kill. So there's only one Nightmare player left on the field. It's 2 versus 1 now. Nightmare player gets hit. And the Killers are going to level this with 18, 17 seconds on the clock. Saving a point. 10 seconds. Hopefully they got an eye on the scoreboard. They made it with 2 seconds to spare. You can actually hear people holding their breath around me. So Killers will level that at 2-all. They share the points with Nightmare.
Point approved. Game time finished. No points. Game finished. Yeah. 2 minutes.
That's a total.
People reached, so they might not have pressed play or done anything about it.
Saw.
No negative feedback. My producer's telling me I got to speak to my fan. All right, I need to get much closer to the screen. The eyes are getting tired. Okay, all right. So, no show. Top the table. As you can see, X Factor Blue are in 2nd place now, but they could get overtaken by the Misfits, who are going to play now. In fact, the Misfits could go top of the table. If they win 2-0 here, they will go top of the table because they'll have a better average. We apologize for the slow connection. We'll try and fix that up in a moment. And then playing for 6th place down the bottom, there's still plenty to play for Syndicate 3-man. They, if they win, will go up into 4 points. That'll push them up into 6th. But also keep an eye on Vodka. Vodka could make a big move as well. So still plenty to play for in both of these matches that are coming up now. First, for Pro Share Misfits, Vodka are going to have to keep their position. Syndicate 3-man are going to be wanting to look for a playoff spot. They're going to need to have a win. Let's see who the first pairing is.
30 seconds.
So the Misfits up against Syndicate 3-man. So that's very important
20 seconds.
because the Misfits are playing for first. Syndicate 3-man are playing for sixth. So both of these teams want to win. I guess probably more
10
important
seconds.
for Syndicate to win this one because then they'll go through to the next round.
Game on.
Both teams in the dark. Rainy, wet, dark. Syndicate on the right-hand side in their bright neon orange, standing out a little bit more than the Misfits. One of the Misfits is eliminated, as is one of the Syndicate team. So we've got 2 versus 2 at the moment. Two versus two, make that 2 versus 1. Great shot across the court. Meanwhile, some aggressive fighting. That's it. Some great shooting by this player in the snake. Eliminating 2 of the Syndicate 3-man team. So the Misfits looking strong. They'll take a 1-0 lead with plenty of time still on the clock there.
Point approved. Thirty seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
DC Warborn against Vodka. Vodka looking for a win to move themselves up nicely so they can get an easier playoff.
Game on.
Big move by Vodka, all the way through to the big hotel. But they lose a player in the process. 3 versus 2 now. Also another big move up in the center, but that's not good enough. 2-all. DC Warborn moving up on the left-hand side. It's 2 versus 2 now. Thing for Vodka is the 2 players are behind, directly in line with each other. There we go, that's better. Opening up the field a little bit. But in the process, getting hit. 2 versus 1. DC Warborn feel like they have a win here. They make their move up to the center. Spreading out. A little bit of a retreat. And he gets hit. DC Warborn will take this one. 1-0 with plenty of time still on the clock. Fast game. So some interesting tactics in that game. Willing to run out the clock. Waiting for their opponents to throw in the towel, which they eventually had to do. Because I think they would have been happy just to win at 1-0. Let's move on.
30 seconds.
Syndicate against the Misfits.
Seconds. 10 seconds. Game on.
Misfits on the right-hand side leading 1-0 already. Are Syndicate able to do something to turn this around, or is this going to be a 2-0 whitewash? Referee's already going to have a look at the Syndicate team, and he's calling one of them out. So 3-2, 2 versus 3 at the moment. Big moving down the right-hand side by the Syndicate team. Brave maneuver, and it's going to work. No, it doesn't pay off. 2 versus 1 now. Two versus 1. Moving on the right-hand side. They know exactly where their opponent is. And it's being called as a hit. So the Misfits will go and secure this one as a 2-0 win.
Base.
Referee will just make sure that everything's okay. They're clear, and they're given the go-ahead.
Point accrued. Game finished.
And the Misfits win that 2-0. So what does that mean in the big scheme of things? The Misfits will move up into first place, having won all 4 of their games 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. So they will have average of 2.
Seconds.
So they're half a game ahead of their nearest opponents. The Misfits looking extremely strong. Let's see if DC Warborn can do something. A win for DC Warborn will move them up onto 3 points. And it'll come down to points differences in the end. Have to wait for that to settle.
Game on.
Vodka against DC Warborn. Both players, both sides mirroring each other. Central defender with 2 flanks out on the side. Not out too wide yet, though. Big move on to the left-hand side by DC Warborn.
The top half is. Bottom half still feels like a wet dog.
Tactical game.
Otherwise, yeah.
DC Warborn trying to make more space, moving off to their left.
60 seconds.
Only a minute on the clock. DC Warborn can be happy to sit back. Vodka have to do something. In the dying light, Vodka, can they fight off the challenge of DC Warborn?
Yeah, we put it in my bag for all that.
Let me keep the mirror and then you can grab it from there. I'll leave this on the bag and then you can grab it.
DC Warborn look happy just to work out the clock. Vodka trying to make a move down the left-hand side. Wasn't enough. Got eliminated. Vodka down to 2. DC Warborn are happy to work out these 16 seconds. It's not very much that Vodka can do now. They can't get from one side of the pitch to the other side in this time. So DC Warborn will win it 1-0. But will that be enough for them to get into the playoffs in 6th position?
Game time finished. Game finished.
Going to wait for the administrators to put all those numbers together, and we'll bring up that scoreboard for you. And we'll be able to bring you the top 6 that advance to the playoffs on Sunday. All right, so while we wait for that scoreboard to come on, thank you very much for watching with us today. Action starts again tomorrow morning at 7:30 here at the Emerald Casino Resort. It's a beautiful day tomorrow. It's going to be much the same, really. It's going to be cloudy and cool. It's perfect playing weather. Bring along a jersey, bring along an umbrella. But the players seem to be really enjoying it. It's wet underfoot, but it's soft. Plenty diving action. And we look forward to having you join us tomorrow on the live stream. Starts at 7:30. We go through to around about 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. So please come along and join us. It'll be good fun. The big challenges come along. Scoreboard has been updated, so let's just confirm that. Top 6 players, top 6 teams go through. The Pro Share Misfits, unbeaten. And also the no-show unbeaten. Just a couple of differences there. It comes down to the average margin. X Factor, Titans, Sons of Liberty, and Vodka squeezing in there just by 0.5 of a winning margin. That's how close it was. Hard luck to the Killers, DC Warborn, Syndicate 3-Man, Draco, and Nightmare. It didn't win. At least they drew those last 2 games. Thank you very much for joining us. We will see you again tomorrow at 7:30. Have a safe night, and we'll see you soon. Thanks to the team here. Graham Stonebank's pushing the buttons. And we will see you again tomorrow.